like how you. I like how you.
Welcome to the city of Fairhaven, home to the most intense street racing on the planet. 10 drivers rule these streets, always on the run from the cops. They drive the best cars and dominate the city. They are the most wanted. To join this elite group, you'll need to earn the right to race. Beat them all, and you'll be number one. Fairhaven, the most wanted driver. To do that, you'll need cars. Lots of cars. Spread out across the city are some of the hottest cars ever. If you can find them, you can ride. To own one, simply drive up to a jack spot and jump in. Follow the route marked on your map to your first car. The streets are racing.
I like how you.
All the time, but baby, you on my mind, and I don't know why, yeah, but the feeling is fine. Can't you see, yeah, honey, you are for me, oh, we were meant to be, yeah.
Pull up to the checkpoint and spin your wheels. Transmission. Speed points take you up the most wanted list, and racing is just one way to win them. Pick up more by smashing through billboards.
All the time, but baby, you on my mind, and I don't know why, yeah, but the feeling is fine. Can't you see, yeah, honey, you are for me, oh, we were meant to be, yeah. Dancing is what to do, dancing's what I think of you, dancing's what clears my soul, dancing's what makes me whole. Dancing is what to do, dancing's what I think of you, dancing's what clears my soul, dancing's what makes me whole. Dancing is what to do, dancing's what I think of you, dancing's what clears my soul, dancing's what makes me whole. Dancing is what to do, dancing's what I think of you, dancing's what clears my soul, dancing's what makes me whole.
tubes are removed, sutures will be put in place to tighten the spaces where the tubes enter the blood cells. Turning on the heart motion, gotta get your heart pumping. Gotta get your blood running. Gotta get your wheels turning. Gotta get your blood pumping. Gotta get your heart pumping.
You've been busted. Next time you'll have to outrun the cops and then stay out of sight to get away.
Running out of air and chasing after you. Falling out of love, there's nothing left to do. You shook my bones, you sucked me dry, but I couldn't find the words to tell you. Please, babe, swear you're holding mine, tied up in a knot we can't undo. Fill my soul, make me whole. Do you feel the way I do? Hello and goodbye, my deja vu. Hello and goodbye, my deja vu. Have you ever noticed that I'm not acting as I used to do before? Have you ever wondered why I always keep on coming back for more? What have you done to me? I'll never be the same, I'll tell you for sure. I'll never be the same, I'll tell you for sure. I'll never be the same, I'll tell you for sure. We drift deeper into the sound. drift deeper. Life goes on. We drift deeper into the sound. Embrace me. Surround me. Embrace me. As the rush comes. Traveling somewhere. Could be anywhere.
like it, yo.
you. No, no, no. And no one knows the life you've been through. Oh, Lord. So I'm just here to wish you the very best in our life.
Welcome, everybody. Welcome to this moment. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to this moment. We hunger for health. We hunger for a happiness that sustains us in our bodies.
feel it, you can feel it, you will feel it. Rhythm is a dancer.
Priešo tankas sunaikintas. Parengta šūviui.
What? Sorry, just quickly. What if it's da 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 down 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 da 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 da. Show me a piece of your heart. I'm calling you up to getting down, down. Show me a piece of your love. I'm calling you up to getting down, down. Show me a piece of your heart, a piece of your love. I'm calling you up to getting down, down, down. The way that we touch is never enough. I'm turning you up to getting down, down. Show me a piece of your heart, a piece of your love. I'm calling you up to getting down, down, down. The way that we touch is never enough. I'm turning you up to getting down, down, down. What? Sorry, just quickly. What if it's da 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 down, down, down. Down, 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 down. Down, 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 down. Show me a piece of your heart. shout, shit it, get it. Deep higher captains in it, steady, watch me navigate. Don't shout, shit it, get it. Deep higher captains in it, steady, watch me navigate. How will you tell what was first from what is last? How will you tell what was first from what is last? From what is last. What was first from what is last. We say things like follow your heart, believe in yourself, and all of this is not true. How will you tell? What was first from what is last? How will you tell? What was first from what is last? We say things like follow your heart, believe in yourself, and all of this is untrue. How will you tell? What was first from what is last?
Sing to me songs of the darkness. Farewell to heaven, my friend. Come to me, bury your sorrow. Temptation will condemn. Sing to me songs of the darkness. Farewell to heaven, my friend. Come to me, bury your sorrow. Temptation will condemn.
I can feel the cold hand of death and the end drawing near. I've seen gods of the men and all which they fear.
Thank
all which they fear. Sing to me songs of the darkness. Farewell to heaven, my friend. Come to me, bury your sorrow. Temptation, a winter can't end. Sing to me songs of the darkness. Farewell to heaven, my friend. Come to me, bury your sorrow. Temptation, a winter can't end. Sing to me songs of the darkness. Farewell to heaven, my friend. Come to me, bury your sorrow. Temptation, can't end.
Nutaikita į priešą. Pataikė į vikšrą. Vikšras pažeistas. Gali nutrūkti bet kurį akimirką. Tankas sunaikintas.
First things first.
Važiuojam tvarkos daryt. Laukiam leidimo šūviui. Atsimušė. Pataikė į viršą. Netekom vikšro. Mums galas. Nešdinamės.
I'ma say all the words inside my head. I'm fired up and tired of the way that things have been. Oh, ooh, the way that things have been. Oh, ooh. Second thing, second, don't you tell me what you think that I could be. I'm the one at the sail. I'm the master of my sea. Oh, ooh, the master of my sea. Oh, ooh. 'Cause 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 taking my soul into the masses, writing my poems for the few that look at me, took at me, shook at me, feeling me, singing from heartache, from the pain, taking my message from the veins, speaking my lesson from the brain, seeing the beauty through the.
But you know, if you talk all the time, you'll never hear what anybody else has to say. And therefore all you'll have to talk about is your own conversation. The same is true for people who think all the time. That means, when I use the word think, talking to yourself. Sub-vocal conversation, the constant chit-chat of symbols and images, talk and words inside your skull. Now, if you do that all the time, you'll find that you've nothing to think about except thinking. And just as you have to stop talking to hear what others have to say, you have to stop thinking to find out what life is about. Say when a person says, I see a leaf, immediately one thinks of a spearhead-shaped thing outlined in black and filled in with flat bricks. No leaf looks like that. No leaves. Leaves are not green. That's why Lao Tzu said, the 5 colors make a man blind. The 5 tones make a man deaf. Because if you can only see 5 colors, you're blind. And if you can only hear 5 tones in music, you're deaf. See, if you force sound into 5 tones, you force color into 5 colors, you're blind and deaf. The world of color is infinite, as is the world of sound.
all the time, but baby, you on my mind, and I don't know why, yeah, but the feeling is fine. Can't you see, yeah, honey, you are for me, oh, we were meant to be, yeah. on my mind, and I don't know why, yeah, but the feeling is fine. Can't you see, yeah, honey, you are for me. Oh, we were meant to be. Yeah. Dancing is what to do. Dancing's what I think of you. Dancing's what clears my soul. Dancing's what makes me whole. Dancing is what to do. Dancing's what I think of you. Dancing's what clears my soul. Dancing's what makes me whole. Dancing is what to do. Dancing's what I think of you. Dancing's what clears my soul. Dancing's what makes me whole. Dancing is what to do. Dancing's what I think of you. Dancing's what clears my soul. Dancing's what makes me whole. Dancing's what makes me whole. Dancing's what makes me whole.
Test.
Googly Eddie raises to 16,000 with King Jack offsuit. Kathy simply calls in the small blind. Rather see her 3-bet?
I'm okay with this call from Kathy because Tony has been so apt to limp pre-flop. She can't be sure that King Jack is the best hand.
Good point. 8-6-5 rainbow on the flop. Jason Mercier with a pair of sixes has the best hand. Guglietti folds, and so does Kathy. Good lead from Jason Mercier, who picks up a decent-sized pot.
Yeah, the small ball continues from Jason, and I think it's going to be a very effective strategy against his two recreational opponents.
Kathy Laney there. She's in the big blind, and Jason Mercier is on the button.
Jason folding the worst hands, not going to try and force the action here by playing bad cards.
9-deuce not good enough. Guglietti with ace-8 off in the small blind, limps, and Kathy with ace-jack suited is going to make it 20,000.
I do like this limp from Tony. Offsuit aces are hard to play out of position, so keeping the pot small is a reasonable strategy. Of course, Kathy with ace-jack suited always going to race him here.
Tony calls the extra 12,000 to a flop of king, queen, 4, all diamonds. Guglietti with the only flush draw. Ace-jack currently the best hand, but you'll note that the percentages are in favor of Tony's hand. It's because he's got that 8 of diamonds.
And whoa, what is he doing here? He's putting it all in. That's like 5 times the size of the pot.
And he gets away with what could have been disaster there. Well, Laney comfortably laid down the ace-jack suited, sending a small piece of her stack over to Tony. She's on the button here with a suited connector, 5-6 of spades. And again, makes it 20,000.
Jason here with a pair of sixes. I'm not sure whether he'll 3-bet or just call. I expect him to call, but it looks like he's making the 3-bet up to 54,000. I thought he was playing a strategy where he wouldn't re-raise much pre-flop and he would try and allow Tony to enter as many pots as possible. But I guess he just wants to play the pair fast here.
To be fair, sixes play better heads up than they do three-way.
They do, Ali. And in this situation, it's going to go well for Jason unless Kathy somehow connects with a couple of 5s or makes a straighter flush draw.
Yeah, the only downside to narrowing the field is you have to bloat the pot to get there, and the board is Jack 10-3 with a couple of clubs after Laney called the re-raise, and 2 overcards to Jason's sixes with 119,000 in there. He fires 39K.
This isn't an ideal flop for Jason's hand, but it still plays easier for him to just bet it against Kathy, and a small bet does work there. She just gives up her 6-high.
You got to admit, though, if you're Jason, you got 2 sixes and you've bloated that pot, you know you have to make that C-bet. You're so relieved to see Kathy fold, especially with a 10 and a jack out there. More from the WPT Alpha 8 in St. Kitts in a moment.
Learn to play poker like our Alpha 8 high rollers for free at clubwpt.com, where VIP members can watch past episodes, read insider tips, and study up on the pros. Everyone has a chance to win a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes only on clubwpt.com. Get in the game today.
It's all about getting in the game, and the best and easiest way to do that is to become a member of clubwpt.com.
On clubwpt.com, you can play fun, exciting poker with your friends for free.
And there are a host of special benefits available to you if you step it up and become a VIP member like me.
And nobody enjoys being a VIP more than Ali. On clubwpt.com, you can enjoy unlimited poker and play for a part of $100,000 in cash and prizes that are given away each month.
Yeah, you can even win your way into some of the big WPT events, so what are you waiting for? Head over to your computer and log on today. In the meantime, why don't we take a look at our chip counts here at the final table in St. Kitts. Kathy Laney, the quote-unquote amateur, has a commanding chip lead over second place Jason Mercier, who has leapfrogged over Tony Guglietti to regain the second slot. We find Jason on the button. He has Jack 10 offsuit. And we'll raise it to 16,000. Tony Guglietti now with ace-7 offsuit.
Usually calls in situations like this. We haven't seen him adjust by 3-betting. And he's not going to do it this time.
Yeah, content to play small plots. Tony makes the call, and Kathy's got 2 hooks.
I'm all in.
And says all in.
Wow, that's a little too much to raise here. I don't mind the play considering there's so much dead money out there, but you know, Jason's 400,000 deep here with Kathy. If he has a big pair, she's gonna lose it all at once.
Yeah, it's unlikely that she would get called by a hand that she had beat in this spot with such a massive raise. Mercier out of the way, back over to Tony. Why is he thinking about it?
I think he wants to just contemplate things for a moment, make sure he doesn't commit some kind of error, but yeah, he finds the right decision there.
Yep, found the fold button. Blinds are at 4 and 8,000, ante is 1K. Each orbit costs every player 14,000 in chips, so you can't exactly sit back and wait for premium holdings. Jason Mercier with Queen 7 suited. Raise it to 16,000.
I think we'll see Tony make another call here with his ace-deuce suited. Call. And that is the case.
12K more into the middle. Ace-5 offsuit for Kathy, who surveys the scene. And she'll make the call for an extra 8K. 3 players to the flop. And that flop is Queen 8-6, 2 clubs. Queens for Jason Mercier, the best hand. Tony checks his ace high to Kathy's.
Yeah, good board for Jason here. I was concerned there wouldn't be any way to get money out of his opponents, but Kathy actually gonna lead out. I'm not a big fan of this lead. It's a fairly coordinated board, and she doesn't have much equity here. Really, the 5 of clubs, the only part that connected, and it didn't connect that much.
20,000 is the number. Jason Mercier says, no thanks, let's play for 48,000, raising it up.
I like this raise from Jason. It forces Tony out of the pot if he was gonna peel something strange with some kind of draw equity. And it gets a little more money out of Kathy in the event that she's drawing, but this time she was just bluffing.
And she gave it up quickly there, Tony, which makes me wonder whether or not Mercier is reevaluating the range of hands that Kathy's playing pre-flop. Now, we know for a fact that Kathy has amassed a lot of her chips courtesy of bluffs that she hasn't shown, but that seems to be one of the first times that the other players at the table realize that maybe she's betting a little lighter than they suspected, because we saw her quickly fold after Jason raised. He's gonna log that information?
Yeah, Jason looks disinterested at all times at the table, but he actually pays very close attention. He's good at adjusting to his opponents, and I think he's realized that Kathy is a little more aggressive than most players give her credit for.
Yeah, and instantaneously, Kathy raising with pocket threes, and Jason 3-betting with king deuce offsuit, perhaps because he realizes her range is wider than he's been giving her credit for.
Yeah, and this is a hand that doesn't flop that well post-flop, so he's just trying to take it down pre-flop. But in this instance, Kathy's gonna call with her small pair, though small pairs do not play well in 3-bet pots out of position.
Yeah, not a lot of flops that don't contain a 3 that Kathy will fall in love with. Here's 8-5 deuce, 2 clubs. Action on Kathy, she checks it and has the best hand against Mercier's deuces.
The strange part about this board is it might allow Kathy to get to showdown cheaply. I expect her to call 1 flop bet here, and Jason, with a small pair, might just take the showdown, but wow, Kathy folds there. I mean, if you're gonna call a re-raise with 3s, 8-5 deuce is about as good as it gets without flopping a set.
Yeah, perhaps the first misstep we've seen from Kathy Laney in recent memory. And Jason Mercier continues to nip on the heels of the chip leader.
Now, in true Bill Perkins fashion, as soon as he busted out of the $100,000 buy-in WPT Alpha 8, he started up a $20,000 buy-in side table. Now, I do believe this one is for charity. Tell us about it.
Since we're here in St. Kitts and we're doing it for the St. Kitts Children's Home, we looked it over and it looks like a great organization that helps disadvantaged kids here locally on the island.
Now, there are some quirky rules to this tournament, isn't there?
There's very quirky rules. Actually, we can create any rule by no objections. So you can look at other people's cards, you can show one, and the tag team is kind of fun. You know, Antonio played for me for a little bit, Talal played for me a little bit, and I sat down.
Oh, that's fun. Well, thank you so much, Bill.
Thanks for coming.
And that event has become a bit of a tradition here in St. Kitts. Tony, it happened last year. This year, Dan Coleman won, good for $120,000. But of course, the real winners are the kids at the St. Christopher's Children's Home.
Yeah, it's good to see poker players with their hearts in the right place, even when they're thinking about their wallets.
Yeah, it's a very philanthropic community, to be fair. Let's look at the prize pool, $1.45 million total. First, good for $727,000. Second, good for $436,500. And third, $291,000. Kathy Laney still the chip leader, though the gap has narrowed between her and Jason Mercier, the only remaining pro, and Tony Guglietti hanging in there. Kathy on the button. Folds. King 10 offsuit for Jason in the small blind. He'll limp in.
I'm a little surprised he's limping here. King 10 is a strong hand in the small blind, but I guess he wants to take every opportunity to get post flop with Tony.
Tony says run it from the big, and he is dominated heading to the flop heads up. And it's a king high flop. This could be trouble.
Very good flop for Jason's hand here. On top of top pair, he's got backdoor draws to the straight and flush. I'm curious whether Tony will call or raise here, but I would prefer to see him call.
Mercier bets $9,000, and Tony raises to $45,000.
That is a big raise from Tony, and it's gonna make Jason wonder about whether he has to play a pot for all of his chips here.
How many blues do you have? The purple chip? Is that 7 or? Can't tell.
You want to count them?
I just want to know how many of these you have. 7 or 6.
3, 6.
6 of them?
Jason asking for a count. And he will make the call for an extra $36,000.
Jason's asking for a count there to figure out what he might have to risk in this hand, and in the event he checks on the turn, he's not sure whether Tony will bet big, bet small, check, or even go all in.
You checking?
Uh-oh. Tony's gonna ship it.
We've seen Tony
count it.
Be willing to ship in way more than the size of the pot before. He did it earlier with a medium flush draw against Kathy. I wonder if Jason will pick up on the fact that he's been putting his chips at risk much more frequently now than he was earlier in the tournament.
Yeah, his $225K all in represents more than double the pot before the bet.
But this is not an easy decision for Jason. He knows that Tony has been leaning towards tight conservative play during the tournament, and although he has top pair, there's also a lot of hands out there that could be better than his. So I'm not sure what Jason's gonna do here.
Yeah, we know Tony doesn't usually press his draws, even though that's such a textured flop. It's hard to imagine that's the kind of holding Guglietti has, which is what makes this call even more difficult for Jason.
Yeah, Jason's wondering, can Tony be semi-bluffing, or can he have a worse pair? And he does make the call.
Guglietti stands up and gets a look at what it feels like to be out-kicked. Tony in horrific shape here, heading to the river. Just 7% to win this pot and stay alive. He is looking for a 7 or an 8 to chop, or a 3 to win. Anything else, and it's curtains for the Canadian. It's a deuce, close but no cigar, and Tony Guglietti, the Canadian, who hung in there and was tenacious throughout the event, will shake hands and take home $291,000 for his efforts.
Yeah, I think Tony should be really proud of how he did in this tournament. Some of the best players in the world showed up, and he held his own and got third place.
Yeah, the real story, however, is that Tony has gifted a massive stack over to Jason Mercier, who is none too displeased to finally have something he can take up against Kathy Laney's massive stack.
Yeah, that was not what Kathy wanted to see happen.
Let's send it down to Lynn, who's with Tony.
Tony, congratulations. What a run. Third place, almost triple your buy-in. It's a pretty good run.
Very good.
Are you happy
Thank
with
you.
that?
Very happy, very happy. I'm happy that I was able to play this tournament and get this far. And it's something that I do play professional, of course.
Do you feel like you learned a thing or two?
Oh, I think so. I think so. Confidence.
Most important thing at the table, isn't it?
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much,
Thank you
Tony.
so
We
much.
are now heads up between Jason and Kathy. We are heads up in St. Kitts. Tonight's champion will take home an array of treasures, including a set of Monster 24K headphones, the Hublot King Power Unico titanium watch, the coveted A8 trophy, and of course, all this cash. So Ali and Tony, who are you rooting for?
Well, how do you root against a chairwoman, right? Tony, the first ever female competitor in the Alpha 8 has been so incredibly impressive as a quote-unquote amateur in this event.
Yeah, I'm going for Kathy as well here. Unfortunately, she's come up against one of the best players in the world in Jason Mercier, who I do think is a big favorite.
Yeah, he's been in this spot plenty of times. No stranger to heads-up final table action, especially when it comes to super high rollers. He's going to take the chip lead into this heads-up battle, 814,000 to 686. Not a wide margin by any stretch, with the blinds at 4 and 8,000 and the antes at 1K. Certainly deep stack poker, which is something that the pros appreciate, right?
Yeah, that's right. The deeper the stacks are, the more Jason has an advantage. When Kathy is behind in skill here, I think the best thing she can do is try and create really big pots so it minimizes how much Jason can exploit that advantage.
She'll start on the button with King 8 suited and raises to 20,000. Jack 4 suited for Mercier, who makes the call. Our first flop. 8-7-4, pair of 4s for Jason, pair of 8s for Kathy. Mercier checks over to Laney, and she fires 20,000.
I don't expect Jason to fold with a pair here. And it looks like he's making the call, so we'll go to a turn.
Turn is a queen. Jason again checking.
I like that Kathy's going to bet a second time here. There are many hands Jason can have that she's ahead of, and she needs to get value now.
She bets 40,000. And it's not just about getting value after we see Jason fold there. It's also not allowing Jason to take a free card with such a draw-heavy board.
Yeah, there's an element of protection there as well. So she has multiple reasons for making that bet. She follows through, wins the pot.
King 3 off for Mercier. Min raises to 16K, Queen 8 for Kathy. And she 3-bets it.
This is a strange play, Ali. Here, Kathy has made this really small re-raise, and while I like that she's playing bigger pots with Jason, I don't think this is the way to do it. She has a fairly subpar hand, and she's made such a small re-raise pre that Jason is going to call in position with any hand that he raised.
Yeah, she is never allowing herself to win this pot pre-flop when 3-betting in that amount. And with control of the action, she takes a look at a King 10-4 flop. Pair of kings for Jason, the best hand. Action on Laney.
I expect Kathy to follow through here with a bet. This board connects pretty well with what she's representing pre-flop, but as we know, Jason with top pair will not be going anywhere.
68,000 in the middle. Kathy fires 35,000. A little over half the pot. Bet size appropriate, or could she maybe scale back a little bit?
I think it's an appropriate bet size. It's a similar bet size that she would make with ace-king.
Mercier, content to simply call with top pair.
Good call by Jason. Can't get any value by raising here.
Turn card connects with Kathy's hand. She now has a pair of 8s.
And I wonder if this will get her stuck in for one more bet.
Well, she's checked it here, Tony, instead of continuing on and betting again. And Mercier is gonna fire, 88,000.
Nice hand.
That's a good fold by Kathy. She's too likely to be behind one of Jason's kings or 10s to make that turn call.
Mercier hasn't really demonstrated that he's floating any flops and trying to take pots away on the turn. Kathy giving him plenty of credit. 6-deuce off for Laney here. And she'll return to sender.
That's a good fold. I don't think she needs to play 100% of hands from her button. Some people are tempted to do that because they already have the small blind in, but I think she needs to avoid confrontations when she has weak pre-flop holdings.
Mercier takes a peek at 8-9 offsuit. And he makes it 20,000 this time.
Yeah, Jason mixing up his raise sizing. Kathy reaching for chips with Queen 6 suited, making another small 3-bet here. Again, I like that she's willing to play big pots with Jason, but she's re-raising so small pre-flop that she allows him to get to the flop with every single hand he raises.
And maybe when you just got caught with the Queen 8 in a similar situation, do you lay off of this line for a while?
Yeah, because her 3-bets pre-flop are less credible now that she's doing it more frequently, so it's not as though Jason is going to become concerned and give her a bunch of easy folds post-flop.
Yeah, flop King 9 tray after Jason made the call pre. He has got a pair of 9s. Laney has fired 45,000. And with second pair, Mercier, of course, makes the call. And that's that sinking feeling in the pit of your stomach if you're Kathy Laney. You just want your opponent to go away. Why does he have to connect with every single flop is what she's thinking. Meanwhile, on the turn, again she connects like last pot, this time making sixes.
Yeah, not a big fan of this bet from Kathy. It's true she can be ahead if Jason is drawing with something like Jack 10, Queen Jack, or a diamond flush draw. But even if that's the case, on many rivers, she's going to have to check, and he'll be able to take it away from her.
Mercier has called the 75,000. River is a 5, 332K in the middle. It's going to take a pretty big bet to move Jason off his hand, and Kathy checks it.
Six, no good.
Mercier content to knuckle behind and roll over the winner, which will take down yet another pot from Kathy.
Yeah, that's a well-played hand by Jason, who's picking up on the fact that Kathy is not as tight as she initially appeared to be.
Adjustments may be needed here in St. Kitts.
Poker here in St. Kitts is the best. Now, you can take the fun of Hold'em anywhere you go with Club WPT Express Poker. Grab your iPhone and download Club WPT Express Poker from the App Store. It's fun and free. So what are you waiting for? Get in the game and play. It is crunch time here at WPT Alpha 8 St. Kitts. Kathy Laney was not only our first woman to enter an Alpha 8 event, she could be the first woman to win one. Right now, she's heads up against poker pro Jason Mercier, who has played plenty of heads-up battles in his day, but not here at an Alpha 8 event.
No, not yet. Jason has participated in 3 Alpha 8 events. His only cash came in Johannesburg, where he finished 3rd. And to be fair, his pocket aces were cracked by local amateur Kanesh Pather. Otherwise, Jason may have been in that 2nd or 1st place position. As they stand right now, Mercier with over 1 million, Laney with less than $500,000, 2-to-1 chip lead for the pro, and it's tough to imagine Kathy's going to be able to come back without Mercier giving her a big pot. Laney has done tremendously to get herself this far, but it is in a heads-up situation in particular where the disparity between amateur play and professional play will be most apparent.
And it's not only that, but very few recreational players have experience in heads-up play. It's not a format that they practice very much, so you can see some of that inexperience coming through in Kathy's approach to this match.
9-7 offsuit for Mercier, who kicks things off, making it 20,000 to go. And Laney, undeterred by the 2 missteps earlier, is 3-betting yet again, this time with 3-5 suited, but operation successful on this occasion.
Yeah, she sized that 3-bet much better than the previous ones. She went over 3 times the size of Jason's raise, and that gave her enough full equity to just make him go away pre-flop.
And I guess that shows that Kathy is somebody who's paying attention. The first 2 iterations didn't work. She made the adjustment, adapted, and this time was able to pull it off.
Yeah, she seems very sharp on the table. Even though she's not as experienced as Jason, she's clearly trying to adjust to what he's doing against her.
Laney raising to 30,000 on the button. The blinds are at 5 and 10,000 now. Mercier folds, sliding his 10,000 over to Kathy.
Kathy there with the 3x raise, made it large enough to push Jason out of that pot. You see that Kathy is raising larger now. I like that. I think she should try and avoid post-flop situations with Jason as much as possible.
Mercier took a look at Queen 10 offsuit, made it 20,000 to go. And Kathy calls with King 3 offsuit. Flop is a couple of trays and a 6. Trip 3s for Kathy.
Well, that's as good as it gets for Kathy, and on such an uncoordinated board, Jason will probably follow through here, try and take it down.
42,000 in the middle, he fires 18.
Nice small bet from Jason. He doesn't need to put much out there to win this pot most of the time, but in this instance, Kathy will not be folding.
And Laney just makes the call. If you're Mercier, what are you thinking she's holding at this point?
Well, she could have a 6, she could have a straight draw, she could have a 3, maybe even an ace high.
And with the ace on the turn, and the pot up to 78,000.
I do not like what Kathy is doing here. This is a bad lead. It prevents Jason from betting if he has an ace, and probably makes him aware that there's something wrong in the hand. But in the event he doesn't have an ace, that card is the most likely one he bluffs. So she may have just prevented the opportunity to get one more street from his queen high.
Yeah, didn't give Jason the rope that perhaps would have led to some extra chips in that particular situation. Updated chip counts. Mercier sliding down below the 1 million mark, all the way to 916K. Kathy with 584. About a 3-2 lead for Mercier.
Kathy, very composed.
Her table demeanor is magnificent.
Very professional.
She makes it 30K to go with 10-8 offsuit. And look at this, pocket aces for Jason Mercier. And you have to imagine, given his track record with pocket aces in the Alpha 8 events, he's got to be wondering whether or not this is going to be yet another instance of the curse of pocket aces for Jason Mercier. Nevertheless, he's going to 3-bet to 80,000.
And I don't think this is a good call from Kathy. The stacks aren't that deep, 10-8 offsuit isn't that strong of a hand, and Jason hasn't been re-raising her pre-flop because he's so happy to get to a flop.
Yeah, Kathy put an extra 50K in there to take the flop, which was queen, queen, 5. Mercier checking, giving her some rope.
I like this check from Jason. It's a hard board for her to have connected on, so it gives her a chance to bluff. And in the event that she does have a queen, it minimizes his losses.
Well, Kathy is going to try to take it down, betting 75,000. We know that's not going to work as Jason calls the 75K. Over 300,000 in the middle at this point. Massive pot developing. Turn card is a 7. Mercier again checks, and Kathy does the same behind in short order.
Yeah, I like that she checked behind there.
Look at this, Laney has spiked an 8 on the river, making queens and 8s. Jason, meanwhile, has bet 165,000, confident he's not up against a queen.
Yeah, she might call this one.
I'm all in.
Whoa, she just went all in.
Option C.
Very strange.
Yeah, door number 3 was not what I expected here, and it's not what Jason expected either, who all of a sudden is wondering, did I just run into another disaster with aces?
Laney putting her tournament life at risk. As Mercier asks for a count, it's 428,000 total.
Well, if Kathy wanted to represent a queen here, she's done a great job by just calling on the flop, checking behind on the turn, and raising over Jason's bet on the river, but I'm not sure it's enough to make him fold.
Could history be playing a part in Mercier's mind as he contemplates this call?
Call.
Apparently not, as Jason makes the call, and with that, he is your Alpha 8 St. Kitts champion. In second place, Kathy Laney, a valiant effort, an incredible outing here for the quote-unquote amateur who impressed us with her play from the beginning to the very end. $436,000 in prize money heading her way. And for Jason, it's a $727K payday.
Yeah, Kathy should feel really proud about the way she played through the course of this tournament. Unfortunately for her, she came up against one of the best in the world in the heads-up match and wasn't able to take him down.
And don't adjust your screen. That is indeed Jason Mercier's excited look right there. And that's why you gave him what nickname, Tony?
The permanently annoyed thinker.
I was thinking like, oh my gosh, I might lose with aces again.
Oh,
Crazy.
but then you did it.
Yeah.
You finally won this Alpha 8 trophy. How much does that mean to you?
It means a lot, you know, especially to play against, you know, some of the best players in the world. Anytime you can win a tournament like that, definitely means a lot.
All right, well, you did so well. Congratulations. Over $700,000 in your pocket.
Ooh,
Monster
nice.
24K headphones, a Hublot watch, all the cash. What do you need? And you're in paradise.
Whew, yeah, just got to catch a flight in the morning.
Congratulations, Jason. Well, that is it from us, from Alpha 8 St. Kitts. For Arlene Najad, Tony Dunst, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. See you at the next Alpha 8. $100,000 gets you a seat at our poker table. It's VIP access, Vegas style. This is WPT Alpha 8. Welcome to Bellagio, the jewel of the Vegas Strip and home to some of the richest games in poker. Tonight, this ultra-swank resort is the exclusive host to WPT Alpha 8. I'm Lynn Gilmartin, set to bring you VIP access to all the exciting action that is high-stakes poker. Our tournament began yesterday when A8 saw 42 world-class players descend upon the Bellagio poker room, all with $100,000 in hand, set to secure their seat. As the day began, we saw some familiar faces ready to take on another WPT Alpha 8.
It's a good tournament. Before I knew about live poker, I knew about the Bellagio poker room.
I also spotted some fresh blood eager to make their mark.
My first time playing Alpha 8, it's really exciting, you know. I mean, this is the room of all rooms, so I wanted to give it a shot, see if I can get lucky.
I hear that you had this made specifically for this event.
Because I'm such a baller.
I put some 100Ks. In fact, I've cashed a few this year. In fact, I won one here this year.
Oh, okay.
It's definitely weird to play with people that you first started watching on TV. I think I'm ready to take them on though, so I feel pretty good.
It's no surprise that heavy hitters were everywhere, pairing their formidable poker skills with the breezy attitude that comes with super high roller confidence.
Things are getting spicy over here.
But things were even hotter across the room, where less than 2 hours into the tournament, Kurt Kohlberg, without his lucky jacket, saw all his chips go to WPT Season 9 World Champion Scott Seaver and became the first to lose his $100,000 buy-in. Kurt's chair was immediately filled with the latest arrival, Poker Hall of Famer Eric Seidel, making a very tough table even tougher. We also saw some Alpha 8 rematches, including the players who just battled heads-up in St. Kitts. Are you having a little deja vu?
Yeah, a little bit. Poker, you get deja vu a lot.
Local legend Brian Rast took down a 100K event here just a year ago and is on the hunt for another.
We'll see if I can do it again.
Meanwhile, pumped-up pro Jason Kuhn revealed a secret talent of Colorado native Pratush Budiga.
Can I drop your sickest brag of all time? They won the national spelling bee. Are you serious?
You think you want to see on TV? Yeah.
Who didn't need to spell it out when he bested his new fan and one-drop winner Antonio Esfandiari. Throughout the day, Lady Luck sent several players packing, while others were just arriving, many with cash in hand to fill any empty seats.
I got lucky on the way over. It turns out the cab driver I had, he said he was the best poker player that ever walked the earth, you know? And so he told me, be aggressive and don't stop.
Not a bad strategy, considering we were already up to a record-setting 41 entries, filling 5 ruthless tables. And to be a contender, you gotta be ready to risk it all, again and again. Back-to-back WPT winner Darren Elias risked his tournament life against power player Dan Coleman, already on his second bullet. Also in for a second bullet was Antonio Esfandiari, and he was determined to make this one count.
I gotta get hungry again.
He was quickly joined by WPT Season 12 5-diamond champion Dan Smith, who had just re-entered. A short time later, Antonio was tackling high roller specialist Igor Kurganov.
I don't think you love your hand, Igor. I don't love my hand.
And taking all his chips. With Igor back at the registration counter to buy himself another entry, a total of 6 players had doubled their investment, each risking $200,000 for a chance to win it all. By the time they started bagging and tagging, there were 30 gutsy players left, with Jason Les, Jake Schindler, Jason Kuhn, and Phil Locke rounding out the top 5, with Noah Schwartz at the top of the leaderboard. What'd you finish with?
1.1.
1.1 million. That's a good day.
Yeah, pretty good day. I can't complain, right? It's like a little bit of luck, good cards, you know. It works out, you know. You need it, though, in this tournament. These guys are the best, you know what I mean?
Day 2 is about to get started, and we've already seen a couple of re-entries. Recreational players Kathy Leaney and Ray Foltinsky are now each in for $200,000. So let's get up to our own in-house high-stakes poker pundits Ali Najad and Olivier Bousquet over at the club WPT.com Skybox. Gentlemen, how's it looking from over there?
It's looking fantastic, especially now that I have my colleague Olivier Bousquet back from his disappointing effort out in St. Kitts. Overall, though, how was it?
I had a great time at St. Kitts. I mean, finishing on the money bubble is obviously never the desired result when you play a tournament, but St. Kitts was almost like a fantasy tournament. You know, it was on an island, there was a bunch of amateurs, the ratio between pros and amateurs was great. Bellagio was like kind of coming back to the real world. I mean, Bellagio has always been the kind of mecca of poker and tournament poker, and everyone is here playing this tournament, and it's shaping up to be an extremely tough event.
Yeah, this is the second day of competition. 18 players have busted out already so far, 8 of whom have re-entered for a total of $200,000. We have 4 tables in action right now, but let's focus in on the feature table where we have just one amateur, Scott Henry, the doctor, and 7 faces who are familiar to you, Olivier.
Yeah, this is an incredibly tough table. 2 guys I just want to focus on real briefly. Dan Coleman probably had the best year anyone's ever had in live tournaments in 2014. And Ben Tollerine, someone that the viewers might not be as familiar with, but an incredibly skilled and talented player, plays mostly on the internet.
Let's take a look at the chip leaders at the table. Up top, Noah Schwartz with over 1.1 million.
Yeah, Noah's been around for many years. He has a lot of experience, and he knows how to build stacks.
And Jake Schindler, second in chips with about 736,000.
Jake is a little bit newer to this scene of live tournament poker. He's been playing poker for a long time. I've played with him a bunch, and I think he's a really talented, really tough player.
Well, let's send it right down to the action. Blinds are 4 and 8,000. Ante is 500, and Noah with ace-jack will raise it up, making it 21,000 to go. Fold it over to Dan Coleman, and Dan's got ace-king.
Yeah, big hand here for Dan. Likely of 3-betting.
And he makes it 50,000 total.
And Dan's in one of those rare but really great spots in terms of an overall live tournament dynamic. He's been running so well and playing so well that it also intimidates his opponents. They don't play as well against him, and you kind of create this virtuous circle where you really get the best of both worlds.
Action folded back around to Noah. And Noah's going to make the call for 29 more.
Yeah, I don't love Noah's call here with ace-jack after raising pre-flop.
Oh, well, why not? He hit a jack-high board. Easy breezy.
This is a pretty good flop for ace-jack.
Schwartz checks it over to Dan.
Yeah, very lucky flop for Noah, obviously.
Dan gonna follow up with a bet of 60,000 into the pot of 116.
And when Dan decides to continuation bet with ace-king here, my sense is that Dan is not gonna just give up if he gets called once. Noah's likely to have a lot of pocket pairs, 8s, 9s, 10s, and those hands are never gonna fold to just one bet.
Yeah, Noah makes the call, and the turn card, the deuce of diamonds. Schwartz checks again.
I think if Noah had a hand like 2 8s or 2 9s, he would definitely consider folding if Dan bet again, but I think with ace-jack, I can't imagine Noah folding to a second barrel.
Well, it's 160,000 to call, Olivier.
That's a big bet. Dan basically playing his hand as if he had 2 aces or 2 kings instead of ace-king. Very reasonable way to play this hand, but also obviously very aggressive.
Noah not buying it. He makes the call, and we go to the river, which is the 9 of diamonds. 3 to a flush out there. Action on Noah.
All in.
And he moves all in.
Wow, that was definitely not what I expected. That's kind of a strange play.
Yeah, Dan laying it down, and Schwartz taking the pot in somewhat unorthodox and unconventional manner.
Yeah, that's a strange play from Noah. I mean, it's definitely not a value bet all in there with just ace-jack. I think he was using his ace of diamonds as a blocker to the nut flush, and when that third diamond came, he wanted to put pressure on Dan there. But I think, honestly, ace-jack is just too strong of a hand to turn into a bluff there. He's a little bit lucky that Dan didn't have a hand he could call with.
No, you can go for a million. I mean, SpaceX has some things, and Virgin Galactica.
Never done this.
But I'm not going to be the first one to go, though. I'm going to wait to see if anything explodes or anything.
Noah's got his sights set on the stratosphere, and his stack is trending in that direction after taking that pot from Dan Coleman. And there's Ben Tollerine. He wears his sunglasses at night, raising it to 20,000 with Queen 10 offsuit. Action over to Alec Torelli in the small blind with King Queen off.
Yeah, Ben Tollerine is known for playing extremely high stakes, mostly heads-up poker on the internet, both No Limit Hold'em and Pot Limit Omaha.
What'd you start with?
About 330, 340.
340.
Alec has been playing a lot of high-stakes live cash games in Macau. I would say out of the 2 players here, Alec has much more live experience, but Ben, being one of the best players on the internet, I think, is going to have a stronger fundamental and theoretical grasp of the game.
Well, Torelli has called 16,000. And he'll be heads up, heading to the flop, which is ace and a couple of jacks.
Check.
Little something for both players. They both have a good shot straight draw, but I would give the advantage to Ben. Just being in position, he's the type of player that's going to put a lot of pressure.
Yeah, Torelli has checked it over to Tallerine. 52,000 in the middle, and Ben fires a little under half of that.
Yeah, not a huge bet. I think this board is relatively dry.
Torelli makes the call with king high. Both players with a straight draw.
I like Alex's call. King high is going to be good against a lot of Ben's range, and obviously he does have some equity. With if a 10 comes, he can make a strong hand.
Third jack on the turn.
Check.
Torelli checks again.
Both of their straight draws now become relatively irrelevant, as obviously any pair would make a full house and then would beat the straight.
It's good, but I don't like it with 3D.
Tallerine, not bashful. He fires a second bullet, 60,000.
So I think, you know, from Ben's point of view, he thinks that Alec could have a lot of small pairs, like 5s, 6s, and 7s, and he might be able to bully him off the hand.
And indeed, Torelli goes away with king high, and Tallerine takes it down.
Conservative fold there by Alec. I think Ben doesn't have that many value hands in his range. He probably has some aces, but probably no other pairs. So I might even consider calling there with king queen, but you definitely can't fault that fold. He didn't have a pair, and it was definitely the more conservative play.
Little fishy there.
And you hear Alec Torelli say, something was a little fishy there. Well, Alec, if only you knew. More action from Vegas straight ahead.
Alpha 8 is sponsored by ClubWPT.com. Fun, exciting poker you can play for free. Don't have dough for a high roller buy-in, but still want to get in the game? Log on to ClubWPT.com and play for free. Become a VIP member and enjoy insider benefits, plus take a shot at a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. Win at ClubWPT.com, but never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to the Las Vegas Strip for the continuation of the WPT Alpha 8. Let's get right back down to our featured table. 8 players and $1.3 million in front of Noah Schwartz, your chip leader. But it's Jake Schindler, the new player who's also broken the 1 million chip barrier with $1,025,000. Recreational player Scott Henry with $148,000 on the short stack. Max Alterga with $166 on the other end of the spectrum. Blinds are still 4 and 8,000. Ante is 500. Schwartz on the button. Sorrell and Dan in the blinds, and there's Ben Tallerine, relative newcomer to our Alpha 8 events. Under the gun, first to act with pocket 4s, and he's going to make it 20,000 to go.
So Ben is known for playing high stakes, no limit hold'em and pot limit Omaha on the internet, and he's a heads-up specialist. And a lot of heads-up players tend to be a little bit more aggressive than other players in these live tournament settings. They're used to playing more hands and getting involved in more situations.
Not aggressive, Jake Schindler here. With pocket 8s, he just calls 20,000 versus the under the gun pre-flop raise. Heads up to the flop, which is ace, king, 10, a couple of clubs, and all overcards to each player's pocket pair.
Yeah, I would like a bet here from Ben. I mean, his hand's just a little bit too weak to just check it and give up. And
no, that's exactly what it looks like he's going to do, though, Olivier. Checking over to Jake, who checks behind him.
Yeah, I mean, Jake doesn't love that flop, obviously, so he's going to try to get to showdown cheaply.
Does he love the turn?
Yeah, pretty good turn for Jake.
Set of 8s for Schindler, but it's Tallerine who's betting 35,000.
And you know, Ben, I think now, after Jake checks the flop, he thinks that Jake has a hand kind of like he does. It's hard for him to think that Jake has exactly 2 8s and is improved, but this bet would probably get through if Jake only had 6s or 7s.
Instead, Schindler just calling. You think he's worried that perhaps Tallerine flopped a huge pot, and that's why he checked on the flop?
No, I think Jake is just playing his hand relatively passively, but kind of standard the way most players would play his hand.
River card is a jack, changing things a bit. Anyone with a queen will now have the nuts. An ace-high straight. Tallerine checks.
His check is basically a give up, and I think Jake at this point, after Ben checks, knows that Ben doesn't have a queen and can try to bet for value here.
With 126,000 in the middle, Jake fires 44,000.
Kind of a small bet, hoping to get called by like 2 pair, but obviously Ben with just 2 4s.
Tallerine with the easy fold, and Jake Schindler will take the pot. Meanwhile, over at the outer table, we have a situation developing between 2 players who have a lot of history. Scott Seaver is all in with pocket jacks. He's got top set, 3 diamonds out there, several cards to a straight, and Daniel Cates is faced with a big decision for his entire stack. He's got top pair, top kicker.
I think what I could have had, I'm so lucky.
You're so lucky to choose the spots and stuff. I just had no idea. I was just randomly clicking and found it. Because my hand is just like insane out here. What do you have? It was ace 2 set. I'm probably not going to fold. And I have ace of diamonds too.
Yeah, there's been quite a rivalry that's developed over the past few years between Dan and Scott. And Scott, the type of player who likes to add fuel to the fire by talking to his opponents during some of these critical tension-filled moments.
Yeah, not a lot of pros on the circuit do this, but Seaver is one of them.
I call.
Kate says he'll call.
Wow, you're so good.
Seaver snap rolls over the pocket jacks, and Kate's disgusted.
Congratulations.
Yeah, it's a tough call for his tournament life there, and Scott obviously with top set, very happy to get called.
Way to go, Scott. Thank you, man. You up here is so often, right? Yes.
Kate's inquiring about re-entries. He was the Alpha 8 champion in Johannesburg, and he'll take some red wash, but I suspect he's going to reach for another 100,000. We'll find out as he talks to our Ling Gilmart.
Well, Jungle Man, you busted just in time with the re-entry period. Are you going to buy back in?
Yep, that's the plan.
That's the plan? Was that always going to be the plan, or is it?
Pretty much always the plan.
Yeah. Did it affect your play, knowing that you could have another go? Could you go a little bit more wild?
Actually, no, it didn't.
No?
No, I just made what I thought was the best play, and he had the nuts, and I had a big hand, but I didn't win. And he thinks he got me or something.
Oh, so you kind of want to get it back
It's
off
so
him?
stupid because I just know that his plan is not to bluff me. He just had it.
Oh, and he did? He bluffed you?
He didn't bluff me.
Oh, he didn't bluff you,
No,
sorry.
he just had the nuts and I had a big hand.
Oh, okay.
And
So now you're ready to go get the chips back off him?
I mean, hopefully. It's hard when people just do that to you.
Yeah. Do you get frustrated by that? Or it's okay, you can just let it go?
A little bit frustrating briefly.
All right, fair enough. Now, what would be your dream table with your new seat? If you could pick any of the tables?
Honestly, that same spot.
You really?
Yeah.
You liked it?
Yeah.
No wonder he's coming back. All right, well, good luck.
Yeah.
Thanks, gentlemen.
If that's the mildly frustrated version of Daniel Cates, I'd hate to see the very frustrated one as we send it back over to the feature table.
18.
Fold it around to Sorel Mitzi, who makes it 18,000 to go with King Queen suited. Dan Coleman with ace-10 offsuit in the small is going to defend. And another 10K for Ben Tollerine if he wants to join the party with 9-5 suited.
Yeah, it's a pretty easy call for Ben, getting a great price. He caps the action from the big blind, and his hand has plenty of equity.
Yeah, he ticked will attend on that Evite. And now 3 players head to the flop. 2 4s and a 3 with a couple of clubs out there. Dan Coleman with the best hand checks.
And out of the 3 players, Dan is the most likely player to have the strongest hand on a dry board like this. The small blind is the toughest position to play, and people play the narrowest range of hands from that position.
Yeah, Ben checked behind Dan, and now Sorel is going to fire a continuation bet, 19,000.
Yeah, Sorel, showed aggression pre-flop, and he's just trying to take the pot down.
But this is a different situation than being heads up.
Yep, he's against 2 of the 2 opponents, but this board is, 2 4s and a 3 is just not particularly likely to help either of his opponents. I mean, Dan could have a pocket pair, but
conversely, it's also not likely to help him as we see Coleman make the call.
Yeah, I mean, I think Dan knows how wide Sorel raises from the button from, and ace-10 he probably feels is just too strong to fold, and he might try something later on in the hand to win the pot if he doesn't improve.
After a 6 hits the turn, both players check, and now a king on the river gives Mitzi the best hand. Coleman checking.
Dan hoping that Sorel gives up and that his ace-10 is good enough to just win in showdown. Obviously, Sorel not going to check back after hitting a king on the river.
Yeah, he fires 62-5, and what do you do if you're Dan Coleman?
I'm all in.
Whoa.
Wow, Dan Coleman check raising all in.
That's a strange play from Dan.
Now, what sort of line is this representing?
He's representing very few hands, maybe pocket 6s, maybe pocket 3s. It's very hard for Dan to have a 4 here since he called from the small blind, so I really actually don't like this play.
Mr. Coleman, you're not repping much, bro. Not calling many 4s out of the small blind.
Yeah, Sorel knows he's not repping much.
3s. You don't have a king. That is a very, very strange move.
This is the process that professionals go through when they're making decisions like this. They have to try to put their opponent on a hand, or at least a range of hands, and try to assess a frequency to those hands. And there aren't many good hands, very strong hands that Dan will play in this way. And Dan has a reputation definitely more than capable of making a bluff in a situation like this.
This call is for all of Sorrell's chips, and he's going to make it.
You have it. It's 10. Ace 10. Even though Dan doesn't represent a lot of hands, you have to remember, this is a $100,000 buy-in tournament. Sorrell's making a decision for his tournament life. When you just have a pair of kings and your opponent check raises all in on the river, no matter what the situation is, it's not easy to make that call.
Yeah,
so you really got to give Sorrell credit.
In terms of a cash game, it's like making a $100,000 call on the river.
I gotta do that every now and then, you know?
You're a sicko, yeah. I mean, you have to. It doesn't make any sense, but you know that I know it doesn't make sense. I mean, if I don't have a king, I have to hold.
Up next, plenty more high-stakes action from Bellagio. Welcome back to the Las Vegas trip for the continuation of the World Poker Tour Alpha 8. During the break, we lost our only recreational player at the featured table, the doctor, Scott Henry, who went flatline after taking ace-jack up against Ben Tollerine's ace-queen. Both players fought the ace, but Henry was unable to improve, and he said goodbye with no signs of re-entry. Meanwhile, Daniel Cates, Jungle Man, had asked to be reseated with Scott Sieber for a shot at revenge, but instead, we welcomed him to a table replete with the likes of Antonio Esfandiari, J.C. Tran, Eric Seidel, and Talal Shakurchi, a real minefield. And courtesy of some rebalancing, Jason Less is going to be joining the feature table. And believe it or not, Jason Less is already on his second bullet after having hopped in a car from California not long ago.
I saw in the updates that in the first level there was like 30 people who entered, whatever. And I was friends here and I heard about how great it was. So I was at a coffee store in Costa Mesa when I saw this, got my coffee, went home, packed a bag in 5 minutes, and was on the road. So I went straight from Costa Mesa to the Valley to right here.
Les started playing poker at UC Irvine. He actually graduated with a computer science degree, was going to be a software engineer, but he knew he loved poker too much to do that.
Jason is on his second bullet, so that drive from Costa Mesa looks like it's been a pretty expensive one so far.
Les certainly not out of it here. He brings $690,000 in chips to the table. Max Altergott is inheriting short stack duties, courtesy of Henry's bust out, while Noah Schwartz is still your chip leader. Let's get back to the feature table. Alec Torelli folded King-Jack offsuit under the gun somewhat conservatively, and after a few more folds,
I'm out of here.
You said something ridiculous.
Action comes down to the button of Dan Coleman, and you wonder whether or not he'll even bother to look at his cards, right?
Yeah, Dan is known for playing very aggressively from the button. He's going to play a wide range. 10-8 offsuit, definitely going to be worth a raise.
Coleman makes it 20,000. Are there any two that wouldn't be worth a raise?
My guess is that Dan will play from this position maybe 70 or 80% of his opening range. So 10-8 offsuit fits comfortably there.
Ben folds a small blind, and Les will get his feet wet right away, defending from the big with A7 offsuit.
Yeah, so we have two very, very competent, very skilled heads-up players going against each other here.
And two queens and a king on the all-paint flop. Les checks the best hand. Over to Coleman, who fires 20K on the continuation. Jason, gonna make the call.
Pretty easy call here from Jason with ace high. Dan's gonna have a lot of hands that don't have pairs and that, you know, don't have too much equity, hands like this. So Jason with ace high is usually gonna check and call and see what develops.
3 on the turn draws a check out of both players, and now the river card gives Dan Coleman the best hand. Jason checks again, however, and Dan comfortable to check behind him and roll over the winner. Unfortunate river card there.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that Dan decided to check that river 8. I mean, when Jason checks all 3 streets, he's likely to have ace high or maybe a small pocket pair, and I think Dan should at least consider going for value there with an 8.
Let's head over to the outer table where we find Doug Polk faced with a decision after Kerry Katz moves all in with King-Queen top pair on the turn.
Doesn't seem like much of a decision to me.
No, bottom set for Doug, and he makes the call, leaving Kerry Katz drawing dead.
Yeah, Kerry, a regular in these high-stakes tournaments, actually himself puts on these one-day events that become very popular in the high-stakes community at the Aria. And Doug Polk, like I said, probably the best heads-up player in the world.
Well, the re-entry period is not over, so while Kerry Katz may have lost all his chips, he can always buy more. And I'm sure Lynn Gilmartin is going to ask him about that.
So how do you feel you've been playing?
Lousy.
Oh, really?
Well, I'm out. Yeah, I can't play playing good.
It wasn't just luck that got in the way?
I don't know. If I'd let out on that hand, I might have. I think it ends up the same way. I hit top pair, he hits bottom set. I think I'm going broke. So.
Okay. Now, if you could pick any table out there, which one would you prefer to be on?
Same table, because
Yeah.
they know I'm aggressive now, and maybe they'll call me when I have a hand.
Ah, okay. He set up his image. It's a big part of poker. And then you can try and get those same chips back, right?
Yeah, sounds good.
All right. Well, good luck, Gary. Thank you.
So Kerry makes his way over to the registration table for a re-entry, and we get back over to our feature table, where the button is on Sorel Mizzi, Dan Coleman and Ben Tollerine in the blinds. Jason Less, who lost just moments ago with ace high against Dan Coleman, under the gun, lays it down. Alec Torelli with pocket sixes makes it 20 to go.
I don't know.
Ace jack off suit now for Noah.
I think Noah has two legit options. I mean, you can definitely call here with ace-jack. A lot of players like to 3-bet this hand to an early position raise.
You feel pressure to be more aggressive when you've got the big stack?
Yeah, I mean, some pressure, but really just strategically it also makes sense. I mean, each additional chip is worth less, so you can afford to take more risks.
And that's exactly what Noah's doing, making it 55,000 total. Folded back around to Alec.
And Alec is counting out his chips. I've seen him do that and then move in.
Yeah, it looks like a call almost when you're seeing him count it out, or maybe a motion toward the pot, but...
Yeah, I mean, you see the players get up, and that's because this level is ending and the players are about to go on a break. And sometimes in this type of situation, when it's the last hand before a break, players tend to play a little bit different from how they would otherwise play. Alec's starting the hand with, I think, close to 50 big blinds. So a move all in here would be pretty aggressive.
Go all in.
And that's exactly what Alec does.
And I think part of this play is motivated by the end of the registration and rebuy period.
Looked like you were gonna fold, and then you just decided that you can rebuy, right?
And Noah's asking whether or not Alec was aware that he can still rebuy at this point, trying to figure out if that played a part in this
Yeah,
move.
I mean, I think it's pretty clear that everybody knows that. And Noah here thinking about calling, I think, is mostly posturing. I don't think he's going to call 50 big blinds with ace-jack. I mean, if he ever were, this would be the spot because he expects, you know, Alec to be a little bit weaker than average. But in general here, I just can't imagine Noah calling such a big bet with just ace-jack offsuit, especially against an early position raise and then 3-bet all in.
You look back at your cards, you're like, I'm just going to go all in.
Alec is known for being aggressive free flop, but this would not be a good play, even though we know it would be a flip.
And he said he got 2 outs. It must mean he got a pair.
And sure enough, Noah throws it in, and Torelli takes the last pot of the round.
All right.
All right, guys, break time starts now.
Oh, thank you so much for not starting it. Oh, that's awesome.
Oh, if you told me you weren't going to start it, I would have taken a little more time. Damn it. I know, I'm supposed to call. Damn it.
Your secret is safe with us, Alec. So the registration period will come to an end as we send it to the break. Will we see any new faces? Well, we know one thing for sure. We're going to find out what our champion will be taking home as we do a little math and calculate the prize pool. Stay with us. Welcome back to Las Vegas for the continuation of the World Poker Tour Alpha 8 event. 55 total entries have been tabulated, $100,000 the value of each. 44 total players started this event. Andrew Lichtenberger marks the last player to buy in. He actually busted yesterday. After a good night's sleep, decided he would come back and pony up another $100,000. He takes a seat at one of our outer tables next to Noah Schwartz, who has been relocated to that same table after being at the feature table. And we head now to one of our other outer tables where we find the Brit, Talal Shakirchi, who cashed third in the Alpha 8 London non-televised event, in for his last $10,000 up against Dan Smith. Both players make a pair of nines, but Smith has Talal outkicked, and Shakerchi busts.
Talal is an incredibly smart and successful guy and has developed a real passion for poker. We've seen him on a lot of the events over the last few years. Over at St. Kitts, I was able to spend a little bit of time with him, played at his table for a little while, and he's actually donates some of his time and money to outside causes.
Sitting at an Alpha 8 table, hedge fund manager Talal Shakerchi has one goal, taking all the chips. But once he's collected his winnings, it's a good bet that he'll be giving some of it away.
It does seem to be more of an interest in philanthropy amongst poker players. Poker's about risk and reward, and top poker players understand the trade-offs, where it's difficult perhaps for a lot of people involved in charities themselves to make that trade-off. That kind of perspective is a good thing to bring to philanthropy, as well as obviously the money poker players could bring.
Two-time champ Philip Gruesome realised that there's great value in sharing his substantial poker earnings with charities around the world.
I think for me, my mind changed when I had everything I wanted, you know. When I discovered, okay, I want to give something back, I felt like, hey, this is the next step to be even more happy.
Recently, Phil and poker pals Igor Kurganov and Liv Bory created Raising for Effective Giving, or REG. The charity, based on effective altruism, encourages poker players to make a positive impact. What does effective altruism mean?
The idea that when you have a limited amount of funds to donate to charity, then you want to donate it in a way that has the maximum impact, that achieves the desired goal, which is to reduce as much suffering in the world as possible. So getting the maximum bang for your buck.
Turns out, for some pros, the return on charitable investments can help their poker game as well.
After playing 5-6 years, felt a bit like my motivation went down. And this definitely helped me to pick it up again, since I wasn't just playing for myself, but I was playing as well for many people that I could then help out with the money with.
Well, let's face it, Olivier, having a bankroll and keeping your money is essential to being a successful poker player, but in spite of that, it's nice to see people placing an emphasis on giving back.
Yeah, it's one of those trends that have swept the poker world in the last few years, especially among the young players. It's great to see that, you know, when they hit a big score and win a tournament, that they set some of that money aside and, you know, give it away, donate it to charity.
Yeah, worthy of note, the World Poker Tour Foundation has been around for several years and is just one of the ways in which the WPT helps give back to several different charities. You talked about big scores, Olivier. Let's take a look at this one. 2.1 million plus going to the champion here in Las Vegas. Top 6 places are going to be paid a piece of that over $5,395,000 collected here at Bellagio. But it's tough to imagine Antonio Esfandiari laying claim to any of that prize money. He is all in with Queen Jack up against Bryn Kenny's Ace Jack. Antonio cannot hit a queen on the end to make the best hand, and he is going to leave $200,000 behind here in Vegas to bring his career investment total in Alpha 8 to over $1.1 million.
Yeah, but how many cashes does he have, Ali?
Oh, none.
Oh, that's tough.
Arlen Gilmartin joins Antonio now.
Oh, right after the registration period closes, you're leaving us.
It wasn't
What
my
happened?
tournament.
Wasn't your tournament? You weren't feeling it?
No, I was feeling it. I
You
just
were?
didn't. I lost a massive flip against Bryn, and you know I had to win that to have a shot. You have to win the flips.
You do have to
Sometimes
win
you
the
flip good. Sometimes you flip bad.
That's poker.
That's poker.
Do you feel like you were playing good?
Yeah, I played all right. I played great.
Mhm.
You know, but what can I do?
What can you do?
You can't control the outcome of the flip.
You
Heads or tails,
cannot.
but you can't pick, right?
Yeah, exactly. Well, the good news is, well, it's not good news that he's walking out, but he is walking out in some really fine shoes, may I say. I am loving those shoes.
They're awesome. They're super comfortable.
They
Like
are.
the shoes?
I really dig the shoes.
They match your dress. I did that on purpose.
They do. Can we swap? Let's swap.
You can have them.
Yeah, thanks. Right. Great to see you as always, Antonio.
Thank you.
Well, it's going to be a long, but no doubt fashionable walk back to Antonio's car.
Getting a big hand in Vegas is every poker player's dream. Now you can take the fun of Hold'em anywhere you go with Club WPT Express Poker. Grab your iPhone and download Club WPT Express Poker from the App Store. It's fun and free. What are you waiting for? Get in the game and play.
Welcome back to WPT Alpha 8, where during the break we saw a couple of casualties. Dan Smith took his ace-jack up against jungle man Dan Cates' ace-king and was shown the door. And Pratush Budiga had 2 9s up against Brian Rass' pocket kings, and he said goodbye as well. We are now down to just 30 players, a total of 4 tables, and Sean Winter is joining us at the feature table. Hailing from Jacksonville, Florida, what else do we know about this kid?
Honestly, I don't know too much about Sean. I know that he is an aggressive player, pretty loose, likes to make some 3 and 4 bets pre-flop, but besides that, I don't have that much information on Sean. I guess we'll have to wait and see how he plays.
Yeah, we do know that this is his very first super high roller event as he takes his seat. Max Altergott, still the short stack in these 8. Jake Schindler with the chip lead at 839,000. Blinds are at 5 and 10. The ante is at 1K. Alec Torelli, who has 444,000 in chips, takes a pass with 7-8 suited. He plays pretty conservatively up front.
I think it depends on the situation. I think this is a particularly tough table, so from early position, Alec's is going to play pretty conservative, but I've seen Alec make some very, very aggressive plays.
Queen 8 suited in the hijack for Sean Winter, and he's going to make it 22,000 to go.
And this is, I think this is a fine open. I mean, I would definitely consider folding, but obviously this is not going to work as we see Sorrel with ace-king suited. It's not going to let this go.
No, 3-betting it to 55,000. Coleman out of the way on the button, and look at this, pocket aces for Ben Tollerine. He loves the action in front of him here. But do you slow play or do you come over the top?
I think from the small blind, you know, with an opener already, I think 4-betting is really the only realistic play. I think if he just called, it would be a little bit suspicious. He would allow Sean to enter the pot. He would be out of position throughout the rest of the hand. So I think whether he wants to bluff or if he has a hand like he does, a monster, I think 4-betting is definitely the play.
Yeah, he makes it 130,000 to go. He started the pot with 586,000, just a few thousand more than Sorrel Mizzi, who started the pot with 582. We see Sean Winter lay down.
How much are you playing, Ben?
About 550.
And does Sorrel really have anything to decide here?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it's bad for Sorrel, but, you know, he's got ace-king suited. It's an extremely strong hand. Ben's an aggressive player, and we see he moves all in here. There's not too much he can do. It's really just a cooler.
And if you're Ben, you love hearing that all in. He has Sorrel crushed heading to the flop. 84% to win the pot to Sorrel's 15%.
I kind of have a good feeling about this one, but it's hard to beat aces with ace-king.
Yeah, this is one of the best spots to be in when you're all in with aces. A lot of times you're all in against another pair, and that pair has, you know, 2 solid outs to beat you, but it's very tough for ace-king to beat aces. With this particular case, Sorrel is suited, so a flush is really his best chance.
I think you got this.
I think clubs look pretty hot right now.
Yeah.
And here comes the flop. It's all clubs, and Sorrel has flopped the nut flush. Ben Tollerine is going to need runner to make a full house, or he is going to be down to practically nothing.
Yeah, if it were spades, it would be like, I'm dead. Don't pair the board.
The turn card doesn't pair the board, which means Ben cannot make a full house to beat Sorrel's flush.
It's weird, because normally I'd be like, there would be some anxiety before.
The river card is inconsequential, and that is a disastrous turn of events for Ben.
How does he do it?
It's a little bit of an overkill, but I'll take it, I guess. It's pretty sick.
I got 585, Sorrel.
Yeah, very unlucky for Ben Tollerine, obviously, but at the same time, you know, Sorrel and Ben both have very strong hands. It's really just a cooler. The fact that Sorrel got very lucky with ace-king doesn't mean that much. It's really that they both had strong enough hands to get all in, and Sorrel was the one who ended up on top.
Going clubbing tonight.
And it's important to note, Ben and Sorrel had very similar chip stacks going into this hand. So, you know, Ben is still going to be alive, but he's going to be almost decimated. You know, he's going to have just a few thousand left.
Devastating turn of events for Tollerine. More action from Vegas up next.
Learn to play poker like our Alpha 8 high rollers for free at clubwpt.com, where VIP members can watch past episodes, read insider tips, and study up on the pros. Everyone has a chance to win a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes, only on clubwpt.com. So get in the game today.
It's all about getting in the game, as you know, Olivier, and the best way to do that is simply log on to clubwpt.com.
You hear us mention Club WPT all the time. If you're not familiar with Club, In a word, it's a website where you can practice your poker and play with your friends for free.
And if you really want to amp up your game, you can become a ClubWPT.com VIP member and enjoy a host of benefits, including watching past Alpha 8 episodes.
One of the best parts of playing poker is winning. And at ClubWPT.com, you can play for a part of the $100,000 in cash and prizes that are given away each month.
You can even win seats to big WPT events, so get to your computer and log on to ClubWPT.com. In the meantime, let's take a look at the prize pool for our record-breaking Vegas Alpha 8. First place is going to take home over $2.1 million, and the man currently laying claim to that at the feature table is the chip leader, Sorel Mizzi, with $1.164 million. The blinds are at 5 and 10,000. The ante is 1K. Jake Schindler under the gun. He looks at Jack 10 suited and pops it to 20,000.
Yeah, this is probably one of the worst hands that Jake raises with under the gun, but I think it's strong enough and plays well post-flop.
Well, you certainly know it's a far better option than limping in with it.
Yeah, you're not going to see too many of these players limp in at this stage.
Ben Tollerine with just 2,000 decides why not with 10-8 offsuit.
Yeah, he basically has to do that with every single hand he's dealt. The ante is just too big. He can't wait another hand.
Folded around to Max Altergott. He's in the big blind with king-queen offsuit.
This is a nice-looking hand for Max. It's probably one of the best hands he's been dealt all day, but I still don't think this is an all-in. I think he could just call from the big blind and see a flop.
Oh, it looks like Altergott disagrees with you, Olivier. He's going to ship in his remaining 105,000. Could have just called for 10K.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like a good play because Jake only has Jack 10 suited, but against Jake's under-the-gun opening range, I think this is just a call. I don't like this play.
Just couldn't get away from Jack 10 suited there, you know?
Two players, tournament lives at risk right now. Here comes the flop. It's ace 10 deuce. Jake Schindler's pair of tens with the jack kicker, the best hand. But Altergott has a Broadway draw. He's hoping Jake hits his jack. That, of course, would give Max the ace-high straight. Ben showing disinterest here. The turn card is a deuce. That pairs the board and updates the percentages. You see that there is now a 63% chance that Jake and Ben will actually split the main pot. And Max needs a king, queen, or a jack on the river. Instead, it's the 9 of clubs. And Max Altergott has been eliminated, leaving Jake Schindler to take the full side pot and split the main with Ben Tollerine.
Don't call it a comeback.
600.
So the German Max Altergott, who was card dead all day, says auf Wiedersehen, leaving 29 players to do battle for the over $5 million in prize money. Who will wear the crown and become champion here at our record-setting Alpha 8 event? Find out as you join our journey. Plenty more high-stakes action remains. On behalf of Lynn Gilmartin and Olivier Bousquet, I'm Ali Najad, saying so long from Bellagio.
Outside, the fountains of Bellagio welcome everyone to Las Vegas, but entry inside our poker room takes nerves of steel and $100,000. This is WPT Alpha 8. The glamorous Las Vegas Strip, home to the opulent, award-winning resort, Bellagio. This world-famous destination has made a name for itself as the epicenter for high-stakes poker in Las Vegas. And tonight, we are going to see those who have taken a huge financial risk in hopes of winning the lion's share of the over $5 million prize pool. Players in tonight's event were required to pay $100,000 if they wanted to compete. At this point in the game, registration is closed. There are no more lifelines. Everyone you see bust out tonight will go home broke. On deck to share their keen insight and expert analysis, poker commentator extraordinaire Ali Najad and high-stakes pro Olivier Bousquet. They are up in the ClubWPT.com skybox. Hi, guys.
Hey, Lynn, a pleasure to be with you as always, especially here on the Las Vegas Strip. As you mentioned, the epicenter of poker, and there's been a lot of high-stakes seismic activity to this point. In this record-setting Alpha 8 of ours, we had 44 players total, 55 entries, a prize pool of over $5 million and over $2.1 million going to first place. It's kind of a minefield of 20-somethings out there right now, though, Olivier. Youth is the story.
Yeah, I mean, this is an incredibly tough field. Especially in the context of these super high rollers where you tend to see, a number of wealthy amateurs also join the field. Here it's like every tough pro is in the field and still alive. You have guys like Sorel Mitzi, who's built up a huge stack, and he's already one of the toughest players in the field. So when he has a lot of chips, he's very dangerous. Noah Schwartz, we saw build up a big stack. Dan Coleman, who's on the heater of a lifetime, still alive and always a dangerous threat.
Still have 4 tables in action at this point in time. And I want to turn our attention to Ben Tollerine, one of a handful of players who we've never seen at an Alpha 8 event, who's ponied up not $100, but $200,000 total, and yet sits on just $13,000 in chips. That's not a reflection of the quality of his play, though, is it?
No, I mean, Ben Tollerine's not as familiar to some of the, some of our viewers because he hasn't played that much live poker. But when it comes to like poker mind or poker IQ, Ben is really at the highest level you can get. He's extremely short stacked. He got very unlucky losing with pocket aces to Sorel's ace king suited, but he still does have some chips, which, as we all know, gives him some life. So we'll have to see if he can double up a couple of times and give himself a chance.
Yeah, he's definitely looking for a miracle. In for $200,000 total and sitting on just about $13,000. Here's a look at the current chip counts. 1.1 million and change for Sorel Mitzi. The ante is 1,000. The blinds are 5 and 10,000. Button's going to be on Jake Schindler. Sean Winter, who was a late addition to the lineup, is in the small blind, and Sorel is in the big blind. Get the action underway with Dan Coleman under the gun, and he'll lay down his king deuce. And really not much of a decision here for Ben, is there? He's got to move all in with the antes where they are.
He just has just over 1 big blind, so he's actually probably happy to get 8-6 suited. It's a hand that has decent equity and definitely will have a chance no matter what it's up against.
Yeah, well, better than decent equity is how you can describe ace-jack suited for Alec Torelli, who makes it 30,000 total to go.
And if I were Alec, I would probably kind of ignore Ben's all-in, knowing he's got to do it with almost every hand he's dealt, and just treat my ace-jack like a normal raise.
Hold it around to Sean Winter, his first ever Alpha 8 appearance, just 24 years old. He calls Jacksonville, Florida home.
You like 4? I think I have 450.
His first ever super high roller event. He's got ace-8 offsuit and doesn't appear to be ready to lay it down.
No, I think most of the time ace-8 in the small blind is just a fold, but it looks like Sean's deciding to play this aggressively, trying to isolate the all-in player. In this case, the all-in player is all in for so little money that I don't think there's that much value in doing this. When you look at Sorel just with king 2 offsuit is kind of suspicious of Sean's play. His hand was so bad, but he was just considering making another play just to try to isolate what he thought was a lot of dead money in the pot. And to be honest, he was right.
Instead, he's out of the way, and that allows Alec Torelli to make a call for another 45,000. 2 players in for the side pot, Ben in for the main and the flop. 10-3-4 with a couple of clubs.
You see Ben eye the flop, see his flush draw, and then just go right back to his phone.
Yeah, not looking to give anything away, although he's unlikely to influence any of the remaining action here. Sean Winter with a continuation bet on the 10-high board that includes a couple of clubs.
Yeah, Sean does flop the backdoor nut flush draw with his ace of clubs, and Alec, really just ace high, no diamonds on the board. It's hard for him to continue. He's not going to like it when he sees that Sean has a worse hand, but not much he can do there.
Yeah, Sean rolls over his ace-8. Alec a little bit disgusted, and you see Ben not too big a dog against this ace-8, 47% to 52%.
Ironically, Ben would have had a better chance against Alec's hand than he does against Sean since his 8 is dominated, but still in decent shape to more than triple up, more than quadruple up here.
Well, the queen of diamonds isn't going to cut it, Olivier. Here comes the river, though. Ben's looking for a club or a 6 on the end, and he gets it. The 7 of clubs, breathing new life into Tollerine.
Ben's going to more than 4x his stack here, as he only had just over 1 big blind to start the hand. So, yeah, when you go on this little mini run starting from no chips, you always develop that hope that it can turn into something huge, that you could make a story and win the tournament.
Well, it's still an uphill climb for Ben. Under the gun this time around, but with considerably more chips.
Yeah, Ben just over 5 big blinds to start this hand. I think a lot of people would just instantly go all in when they see an ace and they have 5 big blinds. Ben, though, the consummate professional, incredibly disciplined fold there. Just knowing the math and knowing that even though he's very short stacked, ace-3 offsuit with all these players behind him is just not good enough, and he's patient enough to wait it out and see if he can get a better situation.
Jake Schindler, meanwhile, will open the action with a raise to $22,000. The 25-year-old pro calls Hollywood, Florida home. You may recognize that town. Also home to Jason Mercier, a familiar name here on the tour. This is Jake's first Alpha 8 appearance, and he is going to be heads up in position against Dan Coleman, the intimidating professional who has Queen Jack suited and has flopped a flush draw. 2 kings and a 5 with a couple of clubs. Dan checks it. Jake seizing the opportunity to fire a continuation bet of $21,000.
I might have actually checked back here if I were Jake with Queen 10. It's got some showdown value and not too much equity, but he decides to continuation bet. Dan not going anywhere, of course, with his flush draw.
4 of hearts, a blank to both players, and Coleman, who has over $22.8 million in live tournament earnings, casually checks it over to Jake, who has $3.7 million in live tournament earnings of his own, and checks back.
Jake doesn't improve and decides not to go for it again.
Now the 6 of hearts on the river.
I think Dan has 2 options here. He can check and hope Queen High is good, or he can just try to bluff with it.
Sure.
He decides to check. And Jake looks like he sees this as an opportunity to try to bet. Knows that he can't win in showdown, or assumes he can't win in showdown, that Dan either has a hand like ace high or maybe a 5, maybe pocket 3s.
But what is Jake representing here? I mean, the line is so suspect.
I mean, he could have 2 7s maybe. I mean, I think he would probably bet the turn with 2 7s. He could have rivered a 6. It's a little bit suspicious of a bet, but it's tough for Dan to just to call with Queen High.
Try telling that to Dan Coleman. He casually deposits $42,000 in the middle and shows Queen Jack over Queen 10. That's playing the game.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to look very odd to some people that he just called with Queen High. But at the end of the day, what Dan's hand is it's a bluff catcher. It's not too different from Ace Queen or from, 5-4. He knows that he beats almost all of Jake's bluffs. If Jake had Ace High or a pair, he probably wouldn't feel the need to bluff. So his hand, if he's right that Jake's bluffing, he'll be able to call and win. It looks a little strange, and sometimes he'll look silly because Jake is actually value betting or potentially bluffing with a worse hand. But that's one of the things that makes Dan so dangerous. He's willing to trust his instincts and make a play that maybe most people wouldn't.
Yeah, this is Coleman's 3rd Alpha 8 appearance. He actually won the Season 2 London Alpha 8 title in his first ever appearance, good for $957,000 and change, and he was 9th in Season 2 at St. Kitts. Action folded around to Sorel Mitzi on the button with ace-10 offsuit. Pretty sure we know what he's going to do. And indeed, he raises it to $20,000. Easy fold for Dan Coleman. And action on Ben Tollerine, who started this pot with $64,000. Looks down at 8-6 offsuit. And he's going to make the call.
I started with 53 back, I think. It was an interesting play here. He's obviously very, very short stacked, but getting a great price from the big blind.
Here comes the flop. It's Queen 9-7 rainbow. Open-ended straight draw for Ben.
Yeah, so this is kind of what he's looking for. All in. Some decent equity to just push the rest of his stack in.
And that's exactly what he does, Olivier, moving all in for $43,000.
Sorel, I think, rightly figures that the pot is so big and ace-10 has enough equity against Ben's range that he just has to call and either hope to get lucky or hope that he has the best hand. He actually does have the best hand, but obviously Ben, with a lot of equity, can hit an 8, a 6, a 5, or a 10.
I'm calling for you. This is going to be sick.
Yeah. You almost got a room for him. Come on. I'm almost rooting for him. Yeah. I mean, I kind of am.
Yeah, roughly a 3-2 favorite is Sorel.
He's going to come back and knock me out, I'm sure. Yeah. He's going to come back and win.
And here comes the turn. It's a 5 of clubs, no waiting for Ben Tollerine. He has iced this pot by making the straight. And he'll count his stack down and better than double up, Olivier.
You already booked a flight.
Probably not enough from Ben's point of view, having lost with pocket aces to Sorel's ace-king suited earlier for a much bigger pot, but a much-needed double up to give himself some life.
Well, Dan saying Ben had already booked a flight out of Vegas on his phone. Well, he's going to have to cancel that. Not time to pack his bags just yet. You know, I'm always amazed, Olivier, at the amount of poise that we see in these young players.
Yeah, I mean, I think people associate youth with inexperience, and You know, some of these players are playing at their local casinos or are traveling around in Europe where the age is lower to play. So even though a lot of these guys are young, a lot of them have played a lot of hands of poker. And I think over time, you just kind of develop this tolerance. You build up this sense of knowing the way luck plays a role in poker and getting used to the swings, and you just develop that sense.
Button on Torelli, Jake and Sean in the blinds, and Sorrell takes a peek at those tempting suited connectors, 7-8 suited under the gun.
A little bit of a loose open from Sorrell, but he does have a lot of chips and very dangerous player when he's got a big stack.
He likes being aggressive. 26,000 now, has over 100K in front of him, picks up ace-king offsuit and sends it to the center, all in.
Finally, Ben Tollerene gets dealt a good hand, is in a great position to double up here with ace-king.
Get through. Nothing wrong with that.
Folded around to Sean Winter, who showed a little bit of pause before turning his hand in. And
it's a good sign when it asks how much.
Now Mizzy with 7-8 suited.
Yeah, he's got to call about 6 big blinds. He's already put in 2. He's getting about 2 to 1, so.
Any chance he can muck this?
Yeah, I mean, he definitely could. I think with his chip stack and getting the price that he is, I think it's pretty reasonable to call, but you could definitely fold 8 high.
That's not going to happen. Mitzi makes the call, and we're going to head to the flop. Ben in great shape here to hit effectively a third double up. Here comes the flop. 2 10s and an 8. Sorrell sucking out, making 2 pair, and Ben Tollerene is looking for an ace or a king to keep his tournament hopes alive on the heels of a quadruple up and a double up.
Couple backdoor draws for Ben as well, but it's not looking good.
No, and the 3 of spades means it's looking worse. And Ben Tollerene is looking for an ace or a king to keep his tournament hopes alive. Can he connect? No, he cannot. Instead, it's a 9 of clubs on the end. And the stack that was trending in the right direction is now vanished. Heading over in Sorrell's direction. Disappointing for Ben.
Yeah, I bet if you asked him, he would have preferred to just lose that first time instead of building that hope and then devastating it, especially when he had the best hand and gets unlucky there.
And Ben is going to leave behind $200,000 in Las Vegas, courtesy of his 2 entries. And the big stack continues to grow as Sorrell Mitzi, in his 4th Alpha 8 appearance, has designs on finally making the money.
Alpha 8 is sponsored by ClubWPT.com. Fun, exciting poker you can play for free. Learn to play poker like our Alpha 8 high rollers for free at ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can watch past episodes, read insider tips,